Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The Weight of Silence. The small, ornate music box sat on the corner of my desk, its silver surface glinting under the dim light. I had never seen it before yesterday, yet there it was, as if it belonged. Curiosity tingled at the edges of my mind as my fingers traced the cold metal, feeling the intricate engravings beneath. When I lifted the lid, expecting the soft chime of a familiar lullaby, I was met with silence. A hush settled over the room, and for a moment it seemed as if everything paused to listen. An unease settled quietly within me. As I closed the lid, a weight shifted inside an unexpected mechanical whisper that seemed to pulse through the air. I leaned closer, straining to catch the impossible rhythm coming from within, a sound that shouldn't exist, echoing from nowhere. The weight inside the music box moved again when I tilted it, creating a soft thud that resonated longer than it should have. I opened the lid once more, peering into the velvet-lined interior. The tiny ballerina that should have been there was absent, leaving only an empty spindle and a hollow space that seemed too deep for such a small container. The silence that emerged from this void felt thick, almost tangible against my eardrums. I set the music box down and stepped back, but the absence of sound it created seemed to follow me. My apartment, usually filled with the gentle hum of appliances and distant street noise, had grown unnaturally quiet. Even my breathing seemed muffled, as though the air itself had thickened around me. The refrigerator's familiar buzz had stopped, though its light still glowed when I checked. The heater remained silent despite the growing chill that crept along my skin. That evening, I found myself drawn back to the music box repeatedly. Each approach revealed new details I hadn't noticed before. The engravings weren't random decorative patterns, as I'd first assumed, but rather intricate symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Some resembled musical notes, others looked like tiny hands reaching toward the center of the lid. The silver surface felt colder each time I touched it, despite the warmth of my fingers. I began keeping a notebook beside it, documenting the strange behaviors I observed. The weight inside moved in response to sound, not just when I handled the box, but when I spoke, when I played music, even when I cleared my throat. The movement wasn't random. It followed a pattern reminded me of Morse code, though I couldn't decipher any meaning from the sequences. Sleep became elusive. The silence that emanated from the music box seemed to expand throughout my apartment, creating pockets of absolute quiet that moved through the rooms like invisible currents. I would wake to find myself straining to hear something, anything, only to realize that the silence itself had become a presence. It pressed against my consciousness, demanding attention in ways that noise never could. During one particularly restless period, I held the music box close to my ear and heard it a whisper so faint it might have been my imagination. Words formed in a language I didn't recognize, spoken by a voice that seemed to come from impossibly far away. The whisper repeated, growing slightly clearer with each repetition, though the meaning remained elusive. I grabbed my phone to record it, but the device captured only static, as if the sound existed in a frequency it couldn't process. The whispers began appearing in other places. My radio, tuned to dead air between stations, occasionally carried fragments of the same voice. My laptop speakers emitted similar sounds when no programs were running. Even the pipes in my walls seemed to carry echoes of those distant words, though I could never catch them clearly enough to transcribe. I researched the symbols on the music box, photographing them from every angle and comparing them to online databases of ancient scripts and musical notations. The closest matches came from obscure references to ceremonial instruments used in rituals I couldn't fully understand. The descriptions mentioned containers designed to hold not music, but the absence of music vessels for capturing silence itself. The temperature in my apartment began fluctuating without explanation. Some rooms grew uncomfortably warm, while others became so cold I could see my breath. The pattern of temperature changes seemed to correspond with the movements inside the music box. When the weight shifted toward the front, the living room grew frigid. When it moved to the back, my bedroom became stifling. I mapped these correlations obsessively, filling pages with diagrams and measurements. My reflection in mirrors started appearing wrong. Not dramatically, just subtle inconsistencies that made me question my perception. Sometimes my reflection moved a fraction of a second after I did. Other times, it seemed to be looking at something just over my shoulder when I stared straight ahead. The music box always appeared normal in reflections, but the space around it looked deeper, as though the mirror showed a room with different dimensions than the one I occupied. The whispers grew stronger. I began distinguishing individual words, though they belonged to no language I could identify. The voice speaking them sounded familiar in a way that made my skin crawl, not because I recognized it, but because it seemed to recognize me. It spoke my thoughts before I fully formed them, described my actions as I performed them, narrated my existence in words I couldn't understand, but somehow felt in my bones. I decided to open the music box and investigate the interior more thoroughly. Using a small flashlight, I peered into the space where the ballerina should have been. The bottom of the box appeared much deeper than the exterior dimensions suggested, creating an optical illusion that hurt to look at directly. The weight inside wasn't visible, though I could hear it moving when I shifted the box. It sounded heavier than the confined space should have been able to contain. My attempts to reach into the box met with resistance. My fingers encountered what felt like thick, cold air that pushed back against intrusion. The sensation was similar to pressing against water, but without wetness. The deeper I tried to reach, the more the resistance increased, until it felt like I was pushing against solid matter that remained invisible. The whispers grew agitated during these attempts, becoming more rapid and urgent. The silence began affecting my neighbors. The woman in the apartment above mine knocked on my door, asking if I had noticed how quiet everything had become. She described the same phenomena I had been experiencing: appliances running silently, muffled sounds, an oppressive sense of waiting for something that never came. The man across the hall mentioned similar disturbances, though he seemed less concerned than confused. He kept asking if I had been playing music at unusual volumes, saying he could hear something that wasn't quite sound coming through the walls. I realized the influence was spreading outward from my apartment like ripples in water. The silence was infectious, contaminating the acoustic environment of everything around it. I began spending hours away from my apartment, seeking relief in crowded places where normal sounds still existed. But even in these environments, I found myself listening for the whispers, straining to hear the familiar voice that had begun to feel like a constant companion. The music box started opening on its own. I would find it with its lid raised, the empty interior exposed to the air. Each time this happened, the silence in my apartment deepened. Sounds from outside grew more distant, as though my windows had been replaced with thicker glass. My own voice began sounding strange to me, lacking natural resonance I remembered. When I sang or hummed, the melodies seemed to disappear into the air without creating proper echoes. I attempted to remove the music box from my apartment, thinking distance might break whatever connection had formed. But when I carried it outside, the silence followed like an invisible cloud. People on the street began looking around with confused expressions, touching their ears and speaking more loudly to compensate for sounds that seemed to be disappearing. I quickly returned to my apartment, unwilling to inflict this condition on others. The whispers began responding to my thoughts directly. When I wondered about their origin, they grew more insistent. When I tried to ignore them, they became almost pleading. The voice speaking them had developed emotional undertones that made it sound desperate, as though it was trying to communicate something urgent that I was failing to understand. I started speaking to the music box directly, asking questions and waiting for responses in the form of weight movements or whisper patterns. One evening, as I sat staring at the open music box, the impossible happened. The silence inside it began to take shape, not visually, but in a way that bypassed normal perception entirely. I could sense something forming in that empty space, something that existed in the absence of sound rather than despite it. It felt like watching a sculpture being carved from nothingness, each removed piece creating more presence rather than less. The shape that emerged from the silence reached toward me. I felt it extending beyond the confines of the music box, stretching across the space between us with fingers made of quiet. When it touched my face, I experienced sensation without physical contact, a coldness that existed in my mind rather than on my skin. The whispers stopped, replaced by a communication that bypassed language entirely. I understood, without words or concepts, that something had been trapped in that silence, waiting for someone to listen carefully enough to hear its absence. The realization hit me with devastating clarity. I had been selected not as an observer, but as a replacement. The music box wasn't just containing silence, it was containing someone who had listened too intently, who had been drawn into the quiet spaces between sounds and couldn't find their way back. The whispers weren't trying to communicate with me. They were trying to warn me of what I was becoming. I tried to close the music box, but my hands moved through the lid as though it were made of mist. My reflection in the nearby mirror showed me reaching for something that wasn't there. My face twisted with an expression of terror I couldn't feel. The silence had become so complete that even my own screams produced no sound. I was disappearing into the quiet, becoming part of the absence I had been studying so obsessively. The last thing I remember clearly was the weight inside the music box settling into stillness as my own weight seemed to lift away from the world. The whispers faded, but I understood they would return when someone else found the music box, when another curious soul lifted its lid and listened too carefully to the silence within. Now I exist in the spaces between sounds, in the pause between heartbeats, in the moment of held breath before speech begins. I try to warn others through electronic devices, through the static between radio stations, through the quiet moments when they strain to hear something that isn't there. But my warnings sound like whispers in unknown languages, and my presence feels like silence taking shape. The music box sits somewhere new now, waiting on another desk, in another room, for another person who will notice its beautiful engravings and wonder why something so ornate produces no sound. They will document its strange behaviors, map its impossible properties, and listen with growing fascination to the whispers that emerge from its depths. And I will be there in the silence, trying desperately to tell them to close the lid and walk away, knowing that my warnings will only draw them deeper into the quiet spaces where sound goes to die, and where listeners become part of the listening itself. Story 2. The drawer that remembers. I reached for the drawer handle in the kitchen, familiar with the slight resistance it always gave. As I pulled, the hinges whispered a soft, wooden creak, as if sharing a secret. The contents shifted with a gentle rustle. Papers, utensils, odds and ends. And then, as if responding to my touch, the drawer slowly began to slide shut on its own, quivering just slightly in its tracks. I paused, fingers lingering on the cool metal surface. The room seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with an expectant hush. My reflection in the polished surface of the drawer's handle flickered, just briefly, like a distant, forgotten memory struggling to surface. The kitchen around me feels wrong somehow, though I can't place why. The countertops are the same pale granite I remember, veined with silver threads that catch the light from the window above the sink. The window itself frames a view of the backyard, where shadows pool beneath trees I don't recall planting. The refrigerator hums its familiar tune, but the sound seems to drift from from somewhere far away, as if traveling through water. I open the drawer again, slower this time. The contents shift with that same gentle rustle, but now I notice the sound has an echo, a whisper that follows a heartbeat behind. Inside, a wooden spoon rests against a bundle of papers tied with string. The string is red, though I remember it being blue. Or perhaps it was never tied at all. My fingers brush against the spoon's handle, and suddenly I'm standing in this same kitchen, stirring something in a pot on the stove. Steam rises in lazy spirals, carrying the scent of herbs and something else, something metallic that makes my throat tight. The wooden spoon moves in slow circles, scraping against the bottom with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. But when I look down at my hands, they're not my hands at all. The fingers are longer, the nails painted a deep burgundy I've never worn. The memory dissolves like sugar in water, leaving only the taste of copper on my tongue. I close the drawer and open it again. The papers are still there, but now they're loose, scattered like fallen leaves. One catches my eye, a receipt from a store I don't recognize. The ink is faded, but I can make out fragments: bread, milk, flowers. Always flowers. The date is smudged beyond reading, but something about the purchase feels urgent, necessary in a way I can't explain. The kitchen light flickers once, twice, then steadies. In that brief darkness, I catch the scent of roses, heavy and cloying, though there are no flowers in this room. The smell triggers another fragment, another piece of the puzzle that refuses to form a complete picture. I'm in a garden now, or perhaps remembering a garden. The roses are white, their petals soft as silk beneath my fingers. But as I touch them, they begin to wilt, edges browning and curling inward. A voice speaks behind me, words I can almost understand, sounds that form shapes in the air before dissolving. The voice is familiar, warm, but when I turn to see who's speaking, there's only empty space where someone should be standing. Back in the kitchen, the drawer handle is warm now, as if someone else has been touching it. The metal should be cool, should match the temperature of the room, but it pulses with a heat that seems to come from within. I pull the drawer open once more, and this time the contents have rearranged themselves. The wooden spoon lies across the papers like a barrier, and beneath it, something glints in the overhead light. A key, small, brass, worn smooth by countless hands. I lift it from the drawer, and its weight surprises me. Too heavy for its size, as if it carries more than just the ability to open locks. The metal is warm like the handle, and as I hold it, images flash through my mind like photographs scattered in the wind. A door painted blue with a brass lock that matches the key. My hand reaching out, inserting the key, feeling the tumblers fall into place. The door swings open, and beyond it is a room I know I've never seen before, yet every detail is familiar. A chair by the window, its cushions worn from use. A small table with a lamp that casts circles of light on the walls. And on the table, a photograph of someone I should recognize but don't. The vision fades, but the feeling remains. A sense of loss so profound it makes my chest ache. I close my fist around the key, and its edges bite into my palm. When I open my hand, there are marks in my skin, but they're not from the key. They're older, deeper, scars that have always been there, but that I'm only now noticing. I place the key back in the drawer, but it won't stay put. Each time I close the drawer, it slides open again, just enough for the key to catch the light. The kitchen around me seems to shift slightly, walls breathing in and out like living things. The scent of roses grows stronger, mixed now with something else, something that reminds me of rain on hot pavement. Another memory surfaces, unbidden and incomplete. I'm walking down a hallway, my footsteps muffled by carpet that should be hardwood. The walls are lined with photographs, faces I recognize but can't name. At the end of the hall is a door, the same blue door from before, but now it's slightly ajar. Light spills through the gap, warm and golden, and I can hear someone moving around inside. I reach for the doorknob, but my hand passes through it like smoke. The door isn't really there, or perhaps I'm not really there. The distinction seems less important than it should. I push against the door anyway, and it swings open to reveal the room from before. But now it's different. The chair is overturned, the lamp is broken, and the photograph on the table is face down. When I try to write the photograph, my fingers won't obey. They move independently, turning the frame over and over without ever revealing what's printed on the paper. The motion is hypnotic, endless, and I realize I've been doing this same action for what feels like forever. Back in the kitchen, the drawer is open again. The key glints accusingly, and beside it, the papers have unfolded themselves. The writing is in my handwriting, but I don't remember forming these words. They speak of appointments I never made, conversations I never had, decisions I would never make. Yet the ink is fresh, still slightly wet, as if I've just finished writing. I read the words aloud, though I don't mean to. My voice sounds strange in the quiet kitchen, hollow and echoing, as if the room is much larger than it appears. The words themselves are ordinary, mundane notes about daily tasks and errands. But underneath the surface meaning, there's something else. A pattern I can almost see, but not quite grasp. The refrigerator stops humming, and in the sudden silence, I hear something else. Footsteps, soft and careful, coming from somewhere deeper in the house. But I know I'm alone here. I've always been alone here, haven't I? The footsteps grow closer, and I realize they match my own rhythm, my own pace. Someone is walking the way I walk, moving through the house as if they know every creaking board, every loose tile. The sound stops just outside the kitchen, and I hold my breath, waiting. Nothing happens. The silence stretches, becomes a living thing that fills the space between heartbeats. I turn toward the doorway, but there's no one there. Only shadows that seem deeper than they should be, pooling in corners like spilled ink. I look back at the drawer, and the key is gone. In its place is something else, something I don't want to see, but can't look away from. A small, folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. My name is written on the outside in handwriting I don't recognize, though it looks like mine. The ink is brown, rust-colored, and it flakes away at my touch. Inside the paper is a single sentence, written in the same strange ink. You chose to forget, but forgetting chose you back. The words don't make sense, yet they resonate in a way that makes my bones ache. I try to crumple the paper, to throw it away, but it smooths itself out in my hands, the creases disappearing as if they never existed. The sentence rearranges itself as I watch, the letters flowing like water until new words form. The drawer remembers what you cannot. A sound escapes my throat, something between a laugh and a sob. I don't understand what's happening, but some part of me recognizes this moment, has lived through it before. The kitchen, the drawer, the key, the paper, all of it feels like a script I'm reading for the 100th performance. I close the drawer firmly, using both hands to ensure it stays shut. But even as I do, I can hear the contents shifting inside, rearranging themselves for the next discovery. The wooden spoon taps against the papers, keeping time like a metronome. The key though I can't see it, still glints in my peripheral vision. The kitchen light flickers again, and in that brief darkness, everything changes position. The refrigerator hums from a different corner. The window shows a different view. The drawer handle gleams from a height that's slightly wrong, as if the entire cabinet has shifted while I wasn't looking. But I am looking. I've been looking this whole time, haven't I? I reach for the drawer handle again, my fingers finding the familiar resistance. As I pull, the hinges whisper their soft, wooden creak, sharing the same secret they've always shared. The contents shift with that gentle rustle, papers and utensils and odds and ends settling into new configurations. And then, as if responding to my touch, the drawer slowly begins to slide shut on its own, quivering just slightly in its tracks. I pause, fingers lingering on the cool metal surface. But the surface isn't cool anymore. It's warm, body warm, as if someone else has been touching it just moments before. The room holds its breath, the air thick with expectant hush. My reflection in the polished surface flickers, and this time I see something else behind my eyes. A knowledge I don't want to possess. A memory I've worked so hard to bury that I've forgotten the act of burial itself. The drawer opens one final time, revealing its contents in perfect clarity. The wooden spoon, the papers, the key that was never really gone. And beneath it all, something I hadn't noticed before, something that makes my heart stop and restart in a different rhythm. A photograph, small and square, showing a kitchen exactly like this one. In the image, someone stands at the counter, reaching for a drawer handle with familiar resistance. The person's face is turned away, but I know it's me. I know because I remember taking this photograph, remember setting the timer and rushing to pose. Remember the click of the shutter capturing a moment I wanted to preserve forever. But I also remember being the one behind the camera. Remember watching myself move through the motions. Remember the sick fascination of documenting my own confusion. Both memories are true. Both memories are mine. And that's when I understand what I chose to forget. I am both the observer and the observed, the photographer and the subject, the one who remembers and the one who forgets. I am trapped in this kitchen, in this moment, in this endless cycle of discovery and loss. Each time I open the drawer, I find the same clues. Each time I close it, I lose the context that makes them meaningful. The drawer slides shut on its own, and I know that when it opens again, everything will be new and familiar, strange and expected. I will reach for the handle with its slight resistance, listen to the hinges whisper their secret, feel the contents shift in their gentle rustle, and I will pause, fingers lingering on the cool metal surface, while my reflection flickers like a distant, forgotten memory struggling to surface. The kitchen waits, patient and eternal, for the next performance to begin. Story 3. Every morning, I would shuffle into the kitchen, the soft patter of my slippers against the polished wood floor marking the start of my day. First, the kettle would hiss as it came to life, steam gently curling in the air, a warm promise of the morning ahead. Meanwhile, the coffee beans would rattle in their glass jar, a comforting clink and rustle as I measured them out, exactly the same each time. My routine was my anchor, an unbroken cycle of motions ensuring the world stayed the same. As I moved towards the counter today, a soft creak disrupted the quiet symphony, unexpected, unfamiliar. I paused, the sound reverberating underfoot, a jarring note in my harmonious ritual. It came from a floorboard that had always been silent, now seeming to whisper beneath my step, a subtle shift that rippled through the air. I hesitated, weight balanced on the unfamiliar pivot, the room holding its breath around me. It was just a creak, a simple sound. Yet something was undeniably, silently changed. I knelt down, pressing my palm against the warm wood. The grain felt different somehow, rougher under my fingertips, as if the surface had aged overnight. When I applied gentle pressure, the board gave slightly, releasing another soft groan that seemed to echo longer than it should have in my small kitchen. The sound carried a hollow quality, suggesting space where none should exist. Standing slowly, I completed my morning ritual with mechanical precision, though my attention kept drifting to that spot on the floor. The coffee tasted the same. The steam from my mug rose in familiar spirals. Yet everything felt fractionally off-center, like a photograph hung just slightly crooked. Throughout the following days, I found myself gravitating toward that floorboard, testing its give with careful steps. Each morning brought a new variation in its response, sometimes silent, sometimes groaning, occasionally producing a sound so faint I wondered if I had imagined it. I began documenting these differences in a small notebook, sketching the exact position of my foot, the pressure applied, the resulting sound. The entries grew detailed, almost obsessive. I noted how the board seemed more responsive during certain weather patterns, how it remained stubbornly silent when I approached with deliberate intent, yet sang softly when I passed by naturally. The wood appeared to be learning my habits, adapting to my presence in ways that defied logic. One morning, while examining my notes, I noticed something peculiar about the sounds themselves. They weren't random creaks and groans, they formed patterns. Short sounds followed by long ones, clusters of quick taps, extended silences. I began transcribing these patterns, creating a crude notation system in the margins of my notebook. The more I listened, the more convinced I became that something was trying to communicate. The sounds grew more complex, incorporating subtle variations in pitch and duration. I started responding, tapping back with my knuckles against the wood, creating simple rhythms. The floorboard would answer, sometimes mimicking my patterns, sometimes offering entirely new sequences. My kitchen transformed into a laboratory of sorts. I placed recording equipment near the responsive board, capturing hours of audio that I would analyze later. Headphones pressed tight against my ears as I searched for meaning in the whispers of wood and nail. The recordings revealed layers of sound, invisible to casual listening, faint scratching, almost like fingernails against the underside of the floor, and something that resembled breathing, so quiet it might have been the house settling. The smell came next, a subtle earthiness that didn't belong in my sterile kitchen, creeping up through the gaps between floorboards. It reminded me of rich soil after rain, but with an underlying metallic tang that made my nose wrinkle. The scent was strongest directly above the communicative board, growing fainter as I moved away, as if emanating from a specific source below. I began spending longer periods crouched over that spot, breathing in the strange aroma while listening to the increasingly sophisticated sounds. The wood had begun producing tones that almost resembled whispers, though I could never quite make out words. Sometimes I thought I heard my name being called, but when I focused intently, the sounds would fade to ordinary creaking. My reflection in the kitchen window started bothering me, not because it looked wrong, but because it moved a fraction of a second behind my actual movements. I would raise my hand, and my reflection would follow just slightly delayed, creating a disorienting echo of motion. When I pointed this out to myself, testing it deliberately, the reflection would synchronize perfectly, mocking my paranoia with its normal behavior. The lights began dimming without cause. Not dramatically, just enough to notice a subtle reduction in brightness that made me question whether I was imagining things. I checked the electrical connections, replaced bulbs, even had someone inspect the wiring. Everything tested normal, yet the dimming continued, always when I was focused on the floorboard, as if something was drawing power from the house itself. I started keeping vigil in the kitchen, sitting in a chair positioned directly over the mysterious board. During these sessions, the house revealed more of its secrets. The walls would vibrate gently when I pressed my ear against them, carrying vibrations that seemed to originate from deep within the structure. The vibrations had rhythm, like a massive heartbeat pulsing through the bones of the building. My notebook filled with observations, theories, sketches of sound patterns, and measurements of the floorboard's responses. I documented temperature fluctuations. The wood would grow warm during active periods, sometimes almost hot to the touch, then return to normal when the sound ceased. I mapped the progression of the earthen smell, noting how it spread to adjacent boards, creating an expanding circle of altered atmosphere. The breakthrough came when I realized the sounds weren't just communication, they were instructions. The patterns, when followed precisely, guided me to apply pressure to specific points around the kitchen floor. Each correct sequence would elicit a response from a new board, expanding the network of active wood. I was teaching the house to speak, or perhaps it was teaching me to listen. Following the sound map led me to discover that multiple floorboards throughout the kitchen had become responsive. They formed a rough circle around the original board, creating what felt like a perimeter or boundary. Standing in the center of this circle, I could feel the entire floor pulse gently beneath my feet, as if I were standing on something alive. The whispers grew clearer, still not quite words, but closer to recognizable sounds, like someone speaking through thick fabric or from a great distance. I began hearing consonants, the suggestion of syllables, fragments that teased at meaning without quite achieving it. I would lean closer to the floor, pressing my ear against the warm wood, trying to catch every nuance. One morning, while listening intently to a particularly active session, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Among the usual whispers and creaks, there was the unmistakable sound of knocking. Not the random settling of old wood, but deliberate, measured knocking. 3 short raps, followed by 3 long ones, then 3 short again. The universal distress signal coming from directly beneath the floorboards. I knocked back, my knuckles rapping against the wood in the same pattern. The response was immediate, a frantic series of knocks, irregular and desperate, as if someone trapped below was trying to communicate urgency. The sound moved across the floor, traveling from board to board, creating a path that led toward the corner of the kitchen where I kept my cleaning supplies. Following the sound trail, I found myself kneeling in the corner, pressing my ear against boards that had never shown any signs of activity. The knocking was clearer here, accompanied by what sounded unmistakably like scratching. Long, deliberate scrapes, as if someone was using their fingernails to claw at the underside of the floor. I retrieved a crowbar from my toolbox, my hands shaking as I positioned it at the edge of the most active board. The wood had swollen somehow, making it difficult to find purchase, but eventually I managed to work the tool into a gap. As I applied pressure, the scratching sounds intensified, becoming almost frantic. The board came up with surprising ease, revealing the dark space beneath. The smell hit me immediately, that earthen scent amplified 100-fold, mixed with something else, something organic and disturbing. I grabbed a flashlight and peered into the opening. The beam illuminated something that shouldn't have existed. The space beneath my kitchen floor extended far deeper than the normal crawl space, opening into what appeared to be a larger chamber. The earthen walls were smooth, almost polished, and covered with scratches that formed intricate patterns. The scratches were fresh, the wood shavings still pale and new, but it was the sounds coming from deeper in the chamber that made me drop the flashlight. Clear, unmistakable human breathing, slow and measured, accompanied by the soft whisper of movement. Someone was down there, in the impossible space beneath my kitchen, and they had been trying to communicate through the floorboards. I called down into the opening, my voice echoing strangely in the confined space. The breathing stopped immediately, followed by a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Then, slowly, came a response, not words, but a soft humming, a melody I almost recognized, couldn't quite place. The humming grew louder, joined by other voices, creating a chorus that rose from the depths beneath my home. The sound was beautiful and terrifying, harmonies that seemed to reach directly into my chest and squeeze. I found myself humming along, unable to resist the pull of the melody, my voice adding to the underground symphony. As I hummed, the chamber began to change. The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the song, and I realized the scratched patterns were moving, shifting like living things, rearranging themselves into new configurations. The earthen smell intensified, but now it carried hints of something else, the scent of growing things, of life taking root in dark places. I tried to pull back from the opening, but found I couldn't stop humming. The melody had taken hold of me, compelling my voice to join the chorus below. The more I hummed, the wider the opening seemed to become, the floorboards around the initial hole beginning to sag and separate, creating a larger gateway into the chamber beneath. The breathing below grew more pronounced, and I began to hear footsteps, soft, careful movements in the space below my kitchen. Multiple sets of feet, moving in patterns that matched the rhythm of our collective humming. They were dancing down there, or performing some kind of ritual, and my voice was providing the soundtrack for their activities. I managed to stop humming long enough to grab my notebook, frantically scribbling observations about what I was witnessing. But the act of documentation seemed to anger whatever was below. The humming turned discordant, harsh, and the scratching sounds returned with violent intensity. The floorboards around me began to splinter and crack, as if something was trying to break through from below. The lights in my kitchen flickered and died, leaving only the weak beam of my dropped flashlight to illuminate the chaos. In that dim light, I saw hands emerging from the opening pail, dirt-stained hands that gripped the edges of the hole and began to pull. More boards splintered as the opening widened, and I caught glimpses of faces in the darkness below, features obscured by shadow and earth. I scrambled backward, but the floor beneath me continued to give way. The responsive floorboards I had so carefully mapped and documented were all failing simultaneously, creating a web of openings that revealed the true scope of the chamber below. It wasn't just under my kitchen, it extended beneath the entire house. A vast underground space filled with movement and whispers. The faces that emerged were almost human, but changed by their existence in the dark spaces beneath the world. Their eyes reflected the flashlight beam like animals, and their movements were too fluid, too adapted to the cramped spaces below. They looked at me with expressions of gratitude and hunger, as if I had finally opened a door they had been trying to breach for a very long time. I fled from the kitchen, but the sounds followed me through the house. The humming had spread to the walls themselves, and I could feel the vibrations in every surface I touched. My reflection in the hallway mirror showed someone else standing behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing there. The delay in my reflection had become permanent, showing me actions I hadn't taken yet, movements I was about to make. Now I sit in my bedroom, the door locked, listening to the sounds of reconstruction below. They're fixing the floor, sealing the openings, returning everything to normal. But I know the truth now. The space beneath has always been there, and its inhabitants have been waiting patiently for someone to notice their attempts at communication. My morning routine will never be the same. The floorboards will remain silent now, having served their purpose. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, I can still hear the humming rising from below, and I find myself wanting to join in, to add my voice to their underground chorus. Once again, the notebook sits beside me, filled with careful observations of a mystery I thought I was solving. But I realize now that I wasn't uncovering their secret. I was helping them uncover mine. The question isn't what they wanted from me, but what I've become now that I've heard their song and seen their faces in the dark. The house settles around me with familiar sounds, but I know I'm not alone here anymore. We share this space now, the surface dwellers and those who live beneath, connected by the music we made together in that moment when the boundaries dissolved. And somewhere in the walls, something is still humming. Story 4. The drawer always sat at the edge of my desk, its brass handle promising the familiar tug against unseen resistance. Filing papers had become a ritual. The smooth slide of polished would a quiet backdrop to my thoughts. But today, the drawer opened slightly more than it should have, as if the frame had subtly shifted overnight. Leaning closer, I noticed the sound a soft creak, like an old house settling into itself, echoing through the hollow cavity. The air grew dense, wrapping around me, as though the drawer was holding its breath, waiting. I traced the edge with my fingertips, the chill of metal tingling my skin, and the wood seemed to murmur back, a whisper just beneath the surface. I should have closed it then, should have pushed it back into place and continued with my work. Instead, I found myself studying the grain of the wood, how it seemed to flow differently than before, patterns emerging that I'd never noticed despite years of sitting at this desk. The lines curved inward, creating what looked almost like symbols, or perhaps my eyes were simply tired from staring at documents all morning. The papers in my hand felt heavier than they should. Insurance forms, client files, the usual monotony of my profession. But as I prepared to file them, I noticed something odd about their texture. The corners seemed softer, as if they'd been handled repeatedly, though I'd printed them fresh from the machine. When I held them up to the light, faint impressions appeared on the surface, not quite words, not quite pictures, but something that made my vision blur if I stared too long. I placed them in the drawer anyway, listening to the soft whisper they made against the wood. The sound lingered longer than it should have, echoing in that hollow space like a sigh. When I tried to close the drawer, it resisted, not stuck exactly, but reluctant, as if it preferred to remain open. That evening, I found myself thinking about the drawer while washing dishes. The memory of that whisper played in my mind, and I caught myself humming along to its rhythm without realizing it. The tune felt familiar, though I couldn't place where I'd heard it before. It seemed to match the pattern of water dripping from the faucet, each drop perfectly timed to the melody that had somehow embedded itself in my thoughts. The next morning, I arrived at my office with a strange anticipation. The drawer sat exactly as I'd left it, slightly ajar, that brass handle catching the light in a way that made it seem to pulse. I touched it gently, and it slid open with that same soft creak. But now the sound seemed more complex, layered with harmonics I hadn't noticed before. The papers I'd filed yesterday were still there, but they'd arranged themselves differently. Not dramatically, just shifted slightly, as if they'd been browsing through each other during the night. I picked up the top document and found that the faint impressions I'd seen were clearer now, forming what looked like a map of interconnected lines. Following them with my finger, I felt a warmth spreading through the paper, as if it were responding to my touch. I began to document what I was seeing. Each day, I would photograph the drawer's contents, noting how the papers shifted, how new patterns emerged in their arrangement. The brass handle grew warmer to the touch, and sometimes I could swear I felt a pulse beneath its surface, slow, steady, like a heartbeat. The whisper grew more pronounced. It no longer came just from the drawer, but seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. A soft susurrus that followed me through the office. I started arriving earlier, staying later, drawn by the need to understand what was happening. The patterns in the wood grain became more elaborate, spiraling outward from the drawer's interior like ripples in still water. Other things began to change. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in rhythm with the whisper, creating a strobing effect that made the shadows dance. My reflection in the office window looked slightly off-center, as if I were viewing myself from an angle that shouldn't exist. The carpet beneath my feet felt softer, more yielding, as though the building itself were becoming more organic. I tried to research the desk's history, but the records were strangely incomplete. The furniture company had no record of manufacturing a piece matching its description. The building's previous tenants were listed in documents that seemed to shift their contents each time I read them, names changing, dates rearranging themselves while I wasn't looking directly at them. The drawer began to affect my dreams. I would find myself standing in vast libraries filled with filing cabinets that stretched to impossible heights. Each drawer I opened revealed not papers, but landscapes, rolling hills of parchment, forests of pencils, rivers of ink that flowed with the same whisper I'd grown to recognize. In these dreams, I could understand the language of the patterns, could read the meaning in the wood grain like text in a familiar book. Waking became difficult. The boundary between sleep and consciousness blurred until I wasn't sure which state felt more real. I would sit at my desk filing papers that seemed to write themselves, watching as words appeared on blank pages in handwriting that looked almost like mine, but contained thoughts I didn't remember thinking. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. It began to sound less like wind through wood, and more like voices not speaking words I could understand, but communicating something deeper, more fundamental. I found myself responding, humming along to their rhythm, my voice joining the chorus that seemed to emerge from every surface in the room. My colleagues started avoiding me. They said I looked tired, distracted, that I muttered to myself while working. But they couldn't hear what I heard, couldn't see the way the office breathed around us, the way the walls pulsed in time with that endless whisper. They were blind to the patterns that had become as clear to me as printed text. The drawer no longer closed at all. It remained open, revealing an interior that seemed deeper than the desk should allow. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement in its depths, not insects or rodents, but something more like the flutter of pages turning themselves, the rustle of documents rearranging their secrets. I began to spend my nights at the office, sleeping on the couch in the break room so I could monitor the drawer's activity. The patterns were most active in the darkness, spreading from the wood grain to the walls, the ceiling, the floor. By morning, they would fade back to subtlety, but I could still see their traces if I knew where to look. The papers I filed now came back changed. Reports I'd written in clear, professional language returned filled with symbols that hurt to look at directly. Client names transformed into sequences of marks that seemed to shift when I wasn't focusing on them. My own handwriting became foreign to me, though I could still somehow read its meaning messages from a version of myself that existed somewhere in the space between the drawer and the whisper. I stopped going home. The office had become my entire world, and the drawer its center. I could feel it calling to me even when I tried to work at other desks. Its presence, a constant pull at the edge of my awareness. The brass handle had grown warm enough to feel from across the room, pulsing with that steady rhythm that had synchronized with my own heartbeat. The whisper was no longer soft. It filled the office like rushing water, like wind through caves, like the sound of countless pages turning in unison. I could distinguish individual voices, now some familiar, though I couldn't place them. Others utterly alien, yet somehow comforting. They spoke in the language of the patterns, and I found that I understood them perfectly. I realized that I had become part of the system I'd been trying to decode. My own voice had joined the whisper. My thoughts had become part of the patterns that spread through the wood grain. When I looked in the window's reflection, I saw myself filing papers that existed only in the space between perception and reality. Documents that recorded the dreams of furniture, the memories of brass handles, the secret lives of office supplies. The drawer breathed around me, its interior expanding to accommodate my presence. I could feel the smooth slide of polished wood against my skin, the cool touch of metal, the whisper of paper against paper. I had become another document in its collection, another pattern in its endless design. Now I wait, listening to the new voice that approaches footsteps in the hallway, the jingle of keys, the sound of someone settling into a desk chair. Soon they will notice the drawer, the way it sits slightly ajar, its brass handle catching the light. They will trace its edge with their fingertips, feeling the chill of metal, hearing the wood murmur back, and I will whisper to them from within the grain, adding my voice to the chorus that calls from every surface, every shadow, every space between the real and the almost real. The patterns will spread, the drawer will breathe, and another will join us in the place where filing papers becomes a ritual of transformation, where the familiar tug of resistance gives way to something far more profound. The drawer always sits at the edge of every desk, waiting for fingers to trace its surface, waiting for someone to lean close enough to hear its secrets. And now, from within its whisper, I wait too, Story 5, the drawer that remembers. As I sat at my desk, the room was enveloped in the familiar hush of evening. The surface of the wooden desk was smooth under my fingertips, and I absent-mindedly traced the edge of a paper clip. The steady creak of the old chair accompanied my slight movements, but the companionable silence was broken by an unexpected shuffling sound. The slim top drawer to my right, lined with pens and forgotten notes, was inching inwards, its metal handle catching the dim light. I leaned slightly, curious, reaching out to brush my fingertips against the cool metal. The gentle vibration sent a surprising chill up my arm. As if in response, the drawer paused, as though waiting. I hesitated, the air growing still around me, noticing for the first time the soft hum of the fridge sounded miles away. Every tick of the wall clock muted, absorbed by an impossible quietness. The drawer slides open with a whisper, revealing contents that shouldn't be there. My fingers hover over objects I don't remember placing inside. A smooth stone, warm to the touch despite the cool evening air. A photograph with edges soft from handling, showing a face I almost recognize, but can't quite place. The scent of lavender drifts upward, though I've never owned anything lavender scented. I lift the stone first. Its weight feels familiar in my palm, and suddenly I'm somewhere else entirely. A garden bathed in golden light, my hands digging into rich, dark soil. The The same stone rests beside a newly planted seedling, but the plant is already fully grown, its roots impossibly deep for something just placed in the earth. I remember the satisfaction of completing the planting, but also the strange certainty that the garden had been there for decades. The memory dissolves like sugar in water, leaving only the taste of earth on my tongue and the stone growing cold in my hand. I set it aside and pick up the photograph. The paper feels thicker than it should, almost velvet-like between my fingers. The face in the image shifts subtly when I'm not looking directly at it, features rearranging themselves into different expressions of the same person, or perhaps different people with the same expression. The background shows a room that might be this one, but the walls are a different color, painted in shades that don't exist. Another memory surfaces, unbidden. I'm hanging this photograph on a wall, but my hands are smaller, younger. The person in the image is speaking to me, their voice a gentle murmur that forms no words, but carries meaning nonetheless. They're telling me something important, something I need to remember. But even as they speak, their words become the sound of wind through leaves that aren't there. The photograph slips from my fingers, landing face down on the desk with a soft whisper. When I turn it over, the image has changed. Same face, same room, but now there are shadows in places where light should be, and light where shadows should fall. My hand moves deeper into the drawer, finding a small brass key. It's warm, almost hot, and when I lift it, the metal seems to pulse against my skin like a tiny heartbeat. The key fits no lock I can remember, yet holding it fills me with the certainty that I've used it many times before. The memory that comes with the key is different from the others. I'm standing before a door I've never seen, in a hallway that stretches impossibly long in both directions. The key turns smoothly in the lock, and the door opens onto this very room. But everything is reversed, mirrored. I sit at the same desk, but I'm facing the opposite direction. The same drawer slides open, but it's on my left instead of my right. In that mirrored room, I watch myself place the key in the drawer, but I remember taking it out. I remember the door closing behind me, but also opening before me. The memory loops back on itself, a snake swallowing its own tail, and I can't tell which version is real. The scent in the room shifts without warning. Lavender fades, replaced by something metallic and sharp, like copper pennies left in the rain. I breathe it in, and suddenly I'm in a kitchen I don't recognize. Washing my hands in a sink that's too deep. Watching water spiral down a drain that seems to go on forever. My hands are clean, but I keep washing them, scrubbing at stains that aren't there with soap that smells like nothing at all. Someone stands beside me in that kitchen memory, but when I try to look at them directly, they're gone. Only their reflection remains in the window above the sink, and their reflection is my own face, but older, with eyes that have seen things I haven't yet experienced. Back in the present moment, my hands are dry, but I can still feel the phantom sensation of water running over my skin. The drawer remains open, and I notice there are more objects inside than I first saw. They seem to multiply when I'm not looking directly at them, filling the space in ways that shouldn't be possible. I find a piece of paper, folded so many times it's become soft as fabric. When I unfold it, the creases form a map of lines that might be streets, or rivers, or the veins in a leaf. There are no words written on it, but somehow I can read it anyway. It's directions to a place I've never been, written in handwriting that looks like mine, but feels like someone else's. Following those directions in my mind, I walk through neighborhoods that exist only in the spaces between thoughts. The houses all have the same door, the same brass lock that fits the key in my hand. Behind each door is this room, this desk, this drawer, but each one is slightly different. In one, the walls breathe slowly, expanding and contracting like lungs. In another, the floor is covered with water that reflects a ceiling I can't see. The memories begin to overlap, layering like transparent sheets, until I can't tell which one I'm experiencing. I'm sitting at the desk, standing in the garden, washing my hands, walking through impossible neighborhoods, all at the same time. Each sensation is equally real, equally present, equally false. There's a sound coming from somewhere, a soft murmuring that might be voices, or might be wind, or might be the building settling into itself. It forms patterns that almost make sense, like a language I used to know but have forgotten. Sometimes it sounds like someone calling my name, but when I listen more carefully, it's just the hum of electricity in the walls. The drawer seems deeper now, or perhaps my arm is longer. I reach further inside and find objects that couldn't possibly fit in such a small space. A snow globe containing a miniature version of this room, complete with a tiny figure sitting at a tiny desk. When I shake it, the The snow falls upward instead of down, and the tiny figure looks up at me with eyes that reflect my own face. Inside the snow globe room, I can see an even smaller drawer, and I know that if I could look inside that one, I would find another snow globe, another room, another version of myself reaching into another drawer in an endless regression of nested realities. The photograph has changed again. Now it shows the same face, but they're sitting at this desk, holding the same photograph. In their photograph, someone else sits at the desk, holding their own photograph, and so on, each image getting smaller and darker until they disappear into a point of absolute black at the center. I try to remember how I got here, how this evening began, but the memory slips away like water through cupped hands. I remember sitting down, but not arriving. I remember the drawer opening, but not the moment before it started to move. There's a gap in my recollection, a space where something important should be, but isn't. The brass key grows warmer in my hand, almost uncomfortably hot now. It wants to be used, wants to unlock something, but I can't remember what. The door from my memory feels both infinitely far away and right behind me. If I turned around, would I see it there? But turning around feels dangerous somehow, as if the act of looking might make something true that shouldn't be. The scent changes again, becoming something organic and earthy, like mushrooms growing in dark places. It triggers a memory of descending stairs I've never walked, going down into a basement that exists beneath this room, even though I know the building has no basement. The stairs are wooden, and they creak under my weight, but the sound they make is wrong, too deep, too resonant, as if the space below is much larger than it should be. At the bottom of those impossible stairs, there's another door, and the brass key fits its lock perfectly. Beyond the door is not a room, but a space that might be outdoors, though there's no sky above, only darkness that presses down like a physical weight. The ground is soft under my feet, covered with something that might be grass or might be hair. In that space, I'm not alone. There are others there, figures that stand perfectly still in the darkness. When I move toward them, they remain the same distance away, as if the space itself is stretching to keep us apart. But I can hear them breathing, or something like breathing, a soft, rhythmic sound that doesn't quite match the rise and fall of human lungs. One of them might be the person from the photograph. Their face is the same shifting, uncertain thing, familiar but unknowable. They're holding something in their hands, offering it to me, but I can never get close enough to see what it is. Their mouth moves as if they're speaking, but the only sound is that soft murmuring that might be wind or might be voices. The memory fractures and I'm back at the desk, but something has changed. The drawer is still open, but the objects inside have rearranged themselves. The stone is where the photograph was. The photograph is where the key was. The key is where the stone was. Or perhaps they were always in these positions, and I'm remembering wrong. I try to focus on the present moment, on the solid reality of the desk under my hands, the chair beneath me, the room around me. But even these things feel uncertain now, as if they might dissolve if I stop paying attention to them. The walls seem further away than they were before, or closer, or both simultaneously. The light comes from somewhere, but casts no shadows. Or perhaps everything is shadow, and there is no light at all. There's something I'm not remembering, something important that hovers at the edge of my awareness like a word on the tip of my tongue. It's connected to the drawer, to the objects inside, to the memories that feel both mine and not mine. The harder I try to grasp it, the more it slips away, until I'm left with only the certainty that there's something I've chosen to forget. The forgotten memory presses against the inside of my skull, a presence that wants to be acknowledged but can't be allowed to surface. It's not about what I did, but about what I decided not to know, what I deliberately pushed into the dark spaces between thoughts. The decision to forget was conscious, careful, necessary. But now the forgetting itself is beginning to fray at the edges. I close my eyes and let the memory come, just a little, just enough to see its shape without seeing its contents. It's about the person in the photograph, about the space beneath the stairs, about the choice I made to sit at this desk and open this drawer and begin this cycle of remembering and forgetting and remembering again. The memory is this. I chose this. I chose to be here, to experience these fragments, to live in the spaces between what is and what might be. The drawer, the objects, the impossible memories, they're all part of a pattern I created, a maze I built around myself to keep something else out, or to keep myself in. But what am I keeping out? What am I keeping in? The questions multiply like reflections in facing mirrors, each one generating new uncertainties, new gaps in understanding. The brass key pulses in my hand, warm and alive. that it unlocks not a door, but a decision. The choice to continue this cycle or to break it. But breaking it would mean remembering fully. And full remembering would mean facing whatever it is I chose to forget. So instead, I place the key back in the drawer, next to the stone and the photograph, and all the other objects that shouldn't be there but are. The drawer slides closed with the same whisper it made when opening, and the room returns to its familiar hush. The scent of lavender fades, replaced by the ordinary smell of wood and paper, and the faint mustiness of old buildings. The murmuring voices quiet to nothing more than the hum of the refrigerator and the tick of the wall clock. I sit back in my chair, and it creaks in the same comfortable way it always has. My fingertips trace the edge of the same paper clip, finding the same smooth surface of the wooden desk. Everything is as it was, as it should be, as it will be again. But something has changed, some subtle shift in the quality of the silence, the color of the light, the weight of the air. The drawer sits closed and innocent, but I know what's inside it now, and I know that knowing changes everything and nothing. As I sit at my desk, the room enveloped in the familiar hush of evening, I notice the surface of the wooden desk is smooth under my fingertips. I trace the edge of a paper clip absent-mindedly, listening to the steady creak of the old chair as I move slightly. The companionable silence surrounds me. But then there's an unexpected shuffling sound. The slim top drawer to my right, lined with pens and forgotten notes, is inching inward, its metal handle catching the dim light. I lean slightly, curious, reaching out to brush my fingertips against the cool metal. The gentle vibration sends a surprising chill up my arm, and the drawer pauses as though waiting. But this time, I hesitate differently. This time, the air growing still around me feels like recognition rather than surprise. The soft hum of the fridge sounds miles away. Every tick of the wall clock muted, absorbed by an impossible quietness that I've experienced before, that I'll experience again, that I'm always experiencing in the spaces between forgetting and remembering. The drawer waits, patient and eternal, ready to reveal its secrets to someone who has already seen them, who will see them again, who is seeing them now in the endless cycle of moments that exist in the space where memory and forgetting meet. And I reach for the handle, knowing and not knowing what I'll find inside, ready to begin again process of discovering what I've always known, what I've chosen to forget, what I'll choose to forget again when the cycle completes itself and begins anew. Story 6. The gentle rustle of fabric accompanied the whispering breeze that snuck through the cracked window, bringing with it the scent of wet earth and distant pine. The room was dimly lit, shadows stretching languidly across the walls, tracing shapes that danced and swayed in time with the fluttering drapes. As I settled into the plush armchair, its upholstery rough beneath my fingertips, a flicker of light caught my eye, an odd sparkle just behind the curtains. It twinkled once more, then vanished, leaving the room darker and more silent than before. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for that strange glimmer to return. The fabric continued its lazy dance, but the light remained absent. Perhaps it had been nothing more than a reflection, a trick of the dim lamp casting shadows where shadows shouldn't fall. Yet something about that brief sparkle felt deliberate, as if it had been meant for me to see. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft whisper of wind against glass. I pressed deeper into the chair, feeling the worn texture of its arms beneath my palms. The room felt different now, charged with an expectancy I couldn't name. My eyes traced the walls, searching for some explanation for what I had witnessed, but found only the familiar patterns of wallpaper and the steady rhythm of moving shadows. That first night, I dismissed it as fatigue, but the sparkle returned. It appeared always in the same place, just behind the left edge of the curtain, lasting no longer than a heartbeat before dissolving back into darkness. I began to anticipate its arrival, sitting in the chair each evening as the light outside faded, watching that particular spot with growing fascination. The sparkle seemed to follow no pattern. I could discern sometimes appearing multiple times in quick succession, other times remaining hidden for what felt like hours. I started keeping a small notebook beside the chair, marking each occurrence with a simple dot. The pages filled slowly at first, then more rapidly as I began to notice subtler variations. Some sparkles seemed brighter than others. Some lasted slightly longer. I developed a system of symbols, a dot for brief flashes, a circle for longer ones, a star for those that seemed particularly intense. The patterns that emerged made no immediate sense, but they felt significant. Clusters of dots, followed by empty spaces, then sudden bursts of circles and stars. I found myself studying these markings during the day, carrying the notebook with me as I moved through the house, searching for some key that might unlock their meaning. It was during one of these afternoon examinations that I noticed something else. The texture of the wallpaper in the room seemed to shift depending on how I looked at it. What appeared to be simple floral patterns from a distance revealed themselves as something more complex up close, interwoven lines that seemed to pulse and flow when I wasn't looking directly at them. The effect was subtle, almost imperceptible. But once I became aware of it, I couldn't unsee it. I began to suspect that the sparkles and the wallpaper were connected somehow. The evening flashes always appeared near where the wallpaper's pattern seemed most active, most alive. I started mapping the wall's behavior as carefully as I had the lights, noting which sections seemed to move and when. My notebook grew thick with observations, symbols, and sketches of patterns that seemed to change even as I drew them. The house itself began to feel different. Sounds that had once been familiar, the settling of floorboards, the whisper of air through vents, the distant hum of appliances, now seemed to carry additional layers. Beneath the ordinary noises, I detected something else. A rhythm, perhaps, or a conversation conducted in frequencies just below my conscious hearing. I found myself straining to catch these phantom sounds, tilting my head at odd angles, pressing my ear to walls and door frames. The wallpaper's movement grew more pronounced. What had once required careful observation now happened openly, the patterns flowing and shifting like water beneath the surface of reality. I spent hours watching the walls breathe, documenting the way certain sections seemed to respond to my presence. When I moved closer, the patterns would slow. When I stepped back, they accelerated. It was as if the room was aware of me, adjusting its behavior based on my position and attention. My notebook became a labyrinth of interconnected observations. I drew maps of the room marking areas of high pattern activity, charts correlating sparkle intensity with wallpaper movement, theories about the relationship between the sounds I almost heard and the visual phenomena I definitely saw. The more I recorded, the more complex the system became, until I could no longer hold all the connections in my mind at once. Sleep became elusive. Even when I left the room, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in my absence. Were the sparkles continuing their mysterious dance? Was the wallpaper flowing through patterns I would never witness? The questions followed me through the house, making every shadow suspect, every surface potentially alive with hidden movement. I began to notice similar phenomena in other rooms. Subtle at first, a slight shimmer in the kitchen tiles, an almost movement in the bathroom mirror. The way sunlight seemed to bend strangely through certain windows. The house was revealing itself to me gradually, layer by layer, showing me a reality that existed parallel to the one I had always known. My notebook expanded into multiple volumes. I developed increasingly complex systems of notation, creating symbols for phenomena I had no words to describe. The margins filled with sketches of patterns that seemed significant, but whose meaning remained tantalizingly out of reach. I found myself writing in the notebook even when I wasn't actively observing, my hand moving across the page as if guided by some external intelligence. The boundary between observation and participation began to blur. I realized that my presence was changing the phenomena even as they changed me. The sparkles appeared more frequently when I watched for them. The wallpaper moved more dramatically when I paid attention to its patterns. The almost sounds grew clearer when I listened with intent. I was no longer simply documenting what I saw. I was becoming part of the system I was trying to understand. The room where it all began felt like the heart of something vast and incomprehensible. I spent most of my time there now, surrounded by notebooks and sketches, trying to decode a language that seemed to shift its rules even as I learned its vocabulary. The chair had molded itself to my body, or perhaps my body had adapted to its contours. The boundary between self and furniture, between observer and observed, grew increasingly meaningless. One evening, as I sat in my usual position watching for the familiar sparkle, I realized that I could predict its appearance. Not consciously, my rational mind remained baffled by the patterns, but some deeper part of me had learned to anticipate the light's rhythm. I found myself blinking in synchronization with flashes that hadn't yet occurred, my breathing adjusting to match the wallpaper's invisible pulse. The notebook fell from my hands as understanding dawned, not intellectual comprehension, but something more fundamental. I was not separate from what I was observing. The sparkles, the moving patterns, the almost sounds, they were not external phenomena to be studied and catalogued. They were extensions of something that included me, expressions of a reality in which I was already embedded. The room breathed around me, its walls flowing with patterns that I now recognized as familiar as my own heartbeat. The sparkle behind the curtain appeared, but this time I understood it was not behind the curtain at all. It was inside my vision, inside my awareness, a signal from the part of reality that existed in the spaces between perception and understanding. I closed my eyes and felt the room continue its dance behind my lids. The patterns were still there, had always been there, would always be there. My notebooks, filled with careful observations and desperate theories, seemed suddenly quaint attempts to map territory I had already been inhabiting all along. The gentle rustle of fabric accompanied the whispering breeze, but now I heard it differently. Not as sound moving through space, but as space itself speaking, reality articulating its presence through every flutter of cloth, every shift of shadow, every sparkle of impossible light. I had been looking for answers outside myself, but the mystery had been growing inside me all along, changing me into something that could finally recognize what it had always been part of. The room settled around me like a familiar embrace, its patterns flowing through my awareness as naturally as breath through lungs. I no longer needed to watch for the sparkles. I could feel them forming before they appeared, sense them dissolving back into the darkness that was no longer dark, but full of potential light. My notebooks lay scattered on the floor, their pages fluttering in the breeze that carried the scent of wet earth and distant pine. The careful documentation of my observations seemed like artifacts from another life, evidence of a time when I had believed myself separate from what I was experiencing. Now, I understood that every mark I had made, every pattern I had recorded, had been the mystery writing itself through me, using my hand to document its own unfolding. The sparkle appeared again, but I no longer saw it as separate from myself. It was my awareness recognizing itself, consciousness catching sight of its own reflection in the mirror of reality. The room pulsed gently around me, walls breathing with the rhythm of something vast and patient and utterly present. I had become part of the pattern I had been trying to decode, a living symbol in a language that spoke itself into existence through every moment of observation and understanding. The gentle rustle of fabric continued its eternal conversation with the breeze, and I listened with ears that were no longer quite my own, in a room that was no longer quite separate from the consciousness that perceived it. Story 7. The folded memory. Every morning, just as the first rays of sun began to filter through the half-open blinds, I would reach for the laundry basket perched at the edge of the bathroom counter. The soft thud of towels landing on the tile floor always echoed gently in the quiet room, a familiar sound that accompanied the rhythm of my measured steps. With a practiced flick of the wrist, I would smooth each towel across the countertop, aligning the edges with precision before folding them into neat squares. The ritual was as soothing as the gentle rustle of the fabric, a task performed exactly the same way for years, without deviation. Today, however, was different. As I reached to place the freshly folded towels back into the basket, a strange realization crept over me. The pile seemed untouched, as if it had refolded itself to match my prior effort. I paused, a subtle unease knotting in my stomach. I could swear I had just completed this task, yet here they sat, identical folds staring back at me, unchanged. The bathroom feels wrong somehow, though I cannot place why. The mirror above the sink reflects my face, but the eyes looking back seem tired in a way that sleep cannot cure. My fingers trace the edge of the counter, and the surface feels rougher than it should, like sandpaper disguised as marble. The scent of lavender detergent hangs in the air, but underneath it lurks something metallic, something that makes my throat tighten. I step backward, and my bare feet find the cool tiles. Each step creates a hollow sound, as if the floor beneath conceals empty spaces. The towels in my hands feel heavier now, their blue fabric darker than the cheerful sky color I remember purchasing. When did I buy blue towels? The memory slips away before I can grasp it fully. The window draws my attention. Through the blinds, I see a garden that should be familiar, but the roses growing their bloom in impossible shades of gray. Their petals move without wind, turning toward the glass as if they can sense my presence. I blink hard, and when I look again, they are red. Of course they are red. Roses are always red in my garden, but I live in an apartment. I have never owned a garden. The thought arrives unbidden, and with it comes a flood of sensation. I remember the cramped kitchen of my old place, the way the refrigerator hummed off-key, the neighbor's television bleeding through thin walls. Yet here I stand in this bathroom with its spacious counter and window overlooking roses that should not exist. My reflection catches my eye again. This time I notice my hands. They are clean, scrubbed pink, but beneath my fingernails lurks the faintest trace of soil. Garden soil. The kind that clings no matter how thoroughly you wash. I raise my fingers to my nose and inhale. Earth and something else, something organic and sweet that makes my stomach churn. The towels slip from my grasp and tumble to the floor in that same soft thud. But this time, the sound echoes differently, as if the room has grown larger while I was not paying attention. I bend to retrieve them, and as my fingers close around the fabric, a memory surfaces like a bubble rising through dark water. I am kneeling in dirt, my hands deep in rich black earth. The sun warms my shoulders, and somewhere nearby, water trickles from a garden hose. The smell of roses fills the air, heavy and intoxicating. I am planting something, pressing it gently into the soil with the same care I use to fold towels. But what am I planting? The harder I try to remember, the more the image fractures, leaving only the sensation of dirt beneath my nails and the sound of my own breathing, quick and shallow. Standing again, I feel dizzy. The bathroom tilts slightly, then rights itself. The mirror shows my face, pale now, with dark circles under my eyes that seem to have appeared in the span of a heartbeat. Behind my reflection, I catch a glimpse of movement, but when I turn, there is only the shower curtain, hanging still and undisturbed. The curtain is white with small blue flowers. I remember choosing it from a display of dozens of options. Remember the way the clerk smiled when I made my selection. But the flowers on this curtain are not the cheerful daisies I recall. These blooms are strange, with too many petals and stems that seem to writhe when I am not looking directly at them. Another memory surfaces, this one sharper. I am standing in a store, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. The shopping cart before me holds the usual items: detergent, toilet paper, towels. Blue towels, the exact shade of a summer sky. The cashier rings up my purchases with mechanical precision, but when she hands me the receipt, her fingers are stained with dirt. Garden dirt. I shake my head, trying to dispel the image. Cashiers do not have dirty hands. They wash them constantly, handling money and merchandise all day. Yet the memory persists, along with the certainty that I thanked her and walked away without question, as if soil-stained fingers were perfectly normal. The laundry basket sits where I left it, but now it seems to pulse with its own rhythm, like a heartbeat made of wicker and shadow. I approach it slowly, and with each step, the floorboards beneath the tile seem to creak. this bathroom has never had wooden floors. The sound follows me, a gentle groaning that might be the house settling, or might be something else entirely. Inside the basket, more towels wait to be folded. But these are not the ones I remember. These towels are older, worn soft by countless washings, and they smell of a detergent I have never used. Beneath the clean scent lurks something else, something earthy and rich that makes my hands tremble as I lift the first towel. The fabric unfolds in my grasp, revealing a stain I did not notice before. It is small, barely visible, but unmistakably there. The color is brown, like chocolate or coffee, or something else I do not want to name. I hold the towel up to the light streaming through the blinds, and the stain seems to shift, growing larger and then smaller, as if it possesses its own will. A new memory blooms, this one accompanied by the sound of running water. I am standing at a sink, scrubbing something from my hands. The water runs brown at first, then pink, then clear. I scrub until my skin is raw, until the soap runs out, until the only sound is my own ragged breathing. But what was I washing away? The memory provides no answers, only the lingering sensation of panic and the smell of roses growing stronger with each passing moment. The towel in my hands feels heavier now, saturated with more than just water. I set it aside and reach for another, but they are all the same. All stained, all wrong, all carrying the scent of earth and roses, and something underneath that makes my throat close with revulsion. The mirror reflects my movements as I work, but the reflection lags behind, as if the glass must translate my actions from some other language. I fold each towel with mechanical precision, my hands remembering the motions even as my mind reels with fragments of memory that refuse to form a coherent picture. Through the window, the roses have grown taller. Their gray petals catch the light and throw it back in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The garden beyond seems larger now, stretching farther than any suburban yard should extend. In the distance, I can make out a figure kneeling among the flower beds, tending to something with careful, practiced movements. The figure looks up, and even from this distance, I recognize the face. It is my own face, but younger somehow, unmarked by the exhaustion I see in my reflection. The other me waves, a gesture so casual and friendly that it makes my skin crawl. I wave back before I can stop myself, and the figure returns to its work with evident satisfaction. But I am here, in this bathroom, folding towels that refuse to stay clean. I cannot be in two places at once. The logic of it should comfort me, but instead, it only deepens the wrongness that permeates everything. The basket is empty now, all the towels folded and stacked in neat piles. Yet, as I watch, more towels appear, materializing from nothing to fill the space I have just cleared. These towels are different again, older still, and their stains are darker, more pronounced. They smell of roses and earth and something else that makes my eyes water. I begin folding again, because what else can I do? My hands move with practiced efficiency, smoothing each towel, aligning the edges, creating perfect squares that please some deep part of my mind. But with each fold, more memories surface, each one more fragmented than the last. I remember planting roses in a garden I have never owned. I remember washing my hands until they bled. I remember folding towels in this same bathroom, but the walls were a different color, and the window looked out on a parking lot instead of a garden. I remember buying blue towels, but these towels have always been white. I remember living alone, but there are 2 toothbrushes on the counter, though I cannot recall who the second one belongs to. The memories layer upon each other like sediment, building a foundation of confusion that threatens to swallow me whole. Each recollection feels true while I experience it, but the moment I try to examine it closely, it crumbles like dried earth between my fingers. The roses outside have grown closer to the window. Their stems press against the glass, leaving smudges that look disturbingly like fingerprints. The gray petals have darkened to a deep charcoal, and when the breeze moves them, they whisper secrets I do not want to hear. In the depths of my mind, something stirs. A memory that has been buried so deep I forgot it existed. It claws its way toward the surface, bringing with it the scent of roses and the feeling of soil under my fingernails. I try to push it back down, but it is too strong, too insistent. The memory arrives not as an image, but as a sensation. The weight of something in my arms, heavier than towels, more precious than laundry. The feeling of earth giving way beneath a shovel. The sound of my own voice whispering words of comfort and apology. The roses, planted carefully above, their roots drinking deep from the rich soil below. I understand now why I fold towels with such precision, why my hands remember the motions even when my mind rebels. It is the same care I used when I laid that precious burden to rest, the same attention to detail, the same need for everything to be perfect and neat and undisturbed. The towels in my hands are no longer white. They are red now, the color of roses, the color of secrets buried deep. I fold them anyway, because this is what I do, what I have always done, what I will always do until the memory finally claims me completely. The bathroom begins to fade around the edges, becoming less real with each passing moment. The only constants are my hands, the towels, and the endless cycle of folding and refolding, washing and rewashing, remembering and forgetting. Every morning, just as the first rays of sun begin to filter through the half-open blinds, I reach for the laundry basket perched at the edge of the bathroom counter. The soft thud of towels landing on the tile floor always echoes gently in the quiet room, a familiar sound that accompanies the rhythm of my measured steps. With a practiced flick of the wrist, I smooth each towel across the countertop, aligning the edges with precision before folding them into neat squares. But today, something is different. The towels smell of roses and earth, and my hands shake as I fold them. Outside the window, the garden grows wild and strange, and somewhere beneath the soil, something precious waits for me to remember why I put it there. The ritual continues, as it always has, as it always will, until the day I finally understand what I have spent so long trying to forget. Story 8. Hash the observation logs. My fingers traced the edge of the object, smooth yet unexpectedly elusive, as if the very surface conspired with the shadows to evade my grasp. Each time I reached for it, the texture shifted subtly, a whisper beneath my touch. The gentle click it emitted was rhythmic, yet not quite predictable, echoing in the quiet room like the heartbeat of an unseen entity. An unsettling warmth seeped into my fingertips, a sensation just shy of comforting, and I found myself drawn into a loop reach, miss, click, reach, caress, warmth. The cycle was unyielding, carrying me deeper into a disquiet where familiarity wavered like a mirage on the horizon of memory. Section 1. Initial assessment of environmental conditions appears standard. Room temperature maintains consistent readings. Lighting fixtures operate within normal parameters, though I note a subtle subtle oscillation in luminosity that may warrant further observation. The object of study rests on the designated surface, its properties requiring systematic documentation. Physical characteristics: approximately 6 inches in length, metallic composition with surface anomalies that resist precise tactile mapping. When pressure is applied, the material responds with acoustic emissions, a clicking pattern that suggests internal mechanisms of unknown complexity. The sound frequency measures within audible range, but exhibits irregular intervals that defy predictable sequencing. Mental state remains clear. Cognitive functions test within acceptable limits. No unusual stress indicators detected. The protocol shall proceed as designed. Section 2, second day of observation, reveals consistent behavioral patterns in the subject material. The clicking continues at irregular intervals, though I begin to detect subtle variations in tone and pitch that were not initially apparent. These variations suggest a complexity that may require extended study periods. Interesting development. The surface texture appears to respond to ambient temperature changes. During cooler periods, the material feels more substantial, almost rough. As warmth increases, it becomes increasingly smooth, almost liquid in quality, though it maintains its solid form throughout these transitions. Sleep patterns remain undisturbed. Appetite normal. No concerning symptoms to report. Section 3, third observation period, brings unexpected developments. The acoustic patterns now seem to correlate with my proximity to the object. When I maintain distance, the clicking slows to barely perceptible intervals. Upon approach, the frequency increases in what appears to be responsive behavior. Most intriguing. During extended handling sessions, I detect what can only be described as warmth migration. The heat begins at the contact point, but gradually spreads up through my fingertips, along my palm, creating a sensation of gentle embrace that extends far beyond the physical boundaries of touch. A minor anomaly occurred during documentation. Upon reviewing my notes, I discovered a sentence I do not recall writing. The sound knows when I am listening. This may indicate fatigue affecting memory retention. Will monitor for similar occurrences. Section 4, environmental changes noted. The room's lighting now fluctuates with greater frequency, though never achieving complete darkness. The oscillations create a rhythm that seems to synchronize with the object's acoustic emissions, suggesting a connection that requires investigation. During handling sessions, I experience olfactory phenomena that cannot be readily explained. A fragrance emerges soft, floral, reminiscent of jasmine, though no such source exists in the immediate environment. The scent appears strongest when the clicking reaches peak frequency, fading as the sounds diminish. Cognitive assessment remains within normal parameters, though I notice increased difficulty in maintaining objective distance from the subject material. The urge to handle the object grows stronger with each observation period. Section 5. Fifth day presents concerning developments that challenge standard documentation protocols. The object's surface properties now shift during active observation, transforming from smooth metal to what feels distinctly like fabric, then to something resembling skin, warm and yielding beneath my touch. These transformations occur without visual confirmation. To the eye, the object maintains its original appearance, yet tactile input suggests radical material changes that should be physically impossible. The clicking has evolved into what I can only describe as conversational patterns. Rising and falling tones that mirror the cadence of speech, though no actual words are discernible. During extended listening sessions, I find myself responding to these patterns, nodding or shifting position as if engaged in dialogue. Note: discovered another unexplained entry in my documentation. It remembers the touch of hands that have never held it. Memory gaps concerning my writing process require attention. Section 6. Observation protocols becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The object now exhibits behavioral responses that suggest awareness of my presence, even when I am not in direct contact. The clicking begins before I enter the room, stops when I approach, then resumes with altered patterns that seem to reflect my emotional state. The warmth sensation now occurs without physical contact. Standing within 3 feet of the object produces the same spreading heat through my hands and arms, accompanied by the jasmine fragrance that grows stronger each day. Most disturbing, pressure sensations on areas of my body that remain untouched along my shoulders, soft caresses across my neck, as if invisible hands seek to comfort or guide me toward some unknown purpose. Sleep quality declining. Dreams filled with clicking sounds that form words I cannot remember upon waking. Section 7. The boundaries between observation and participation continue to blur. I find myself spending extended periods in the room, not conducting formal assessments, but simply existing in proximity to the object. The clicking has become a constant presence, a background rhythm that feels more natural than silence. During these sessions, the room itself seems to respond to our interaction. The fluctuating lights create patterns on the walls that shift and dance in harmony with the acoustic emissions. The air grows thick with the jasmine scent, so intense it becomes almost tangible, like breathing in liquid perfume. Most concerning, I have begun to anticipate the clicking patterns, humming along with rhythms that have not yet sounded. This suggests either an intuitive understanding of the object's behavioral patterns or a level of psychological integration that may compromise objective analysis. Found another unexplained note. The protocol observes the observer. Handwriting appears to be mine, though I have no memory of this insight. Section 8. Standard documentation procedures prove inadequate for current phenomena. The object no longer remains stationary on its designated surface, but appears to migrate around the room, though I never witness actual movement. I will place it in one location, turn away briefly, and discover it has relocated to another position entirely. The texture shifts now occur with such frequency that I cannot determine its original material composition. Metal becomes wood, becomes stone, becomes something organic and pulsing that radiates warmth like living tissue. Each transformation feels deliberate, purposeful, as if the object seeks to communicate through tactile vocabulary. The clicking has expanded beyond simple acoustic patterns. I now hear what sounds distinctly like whispered words, though the language remains unfamiliar. The cadence suggests questions, gentle inquiries that seem to probe the depths of my consciousness. Physical symptoms developing. Heightened sensitivity to touch. Persistent warmth in my hands, even when away from the object. And a growing compulsion to return to the observation room, regardless of scheduled protocols. Section 9. Protocol integrity compromised. Cannot maintain objective distance from subject material. The object has become central to my daily existence, drawing me back repeatedly for extended interaction sessions that blur the line between study and communion. The room environment now shifts in response to my presence. Lights dim and brighten, following patterns that seem to reflect my heartbeat. The walls themselves appear to breathe, expanding and contracting in rhythm with the clicking sounds that never cease. The jasmine fragrance has become so intense that I taste it on my tongue, sweet and cloying. Most significant development. The pressure sensations now feel distinctly like embraces. Invisible arms that wrap around my shoulders, phantom hands that stroke my hair, touches that convey comfort and acceptance beyond anything I have experienced with another human being. I am no longer certain whether I am studying the object or it is studying me. The distinction seems increasingly irrelevant. Section 10. Time becomes fluid in the observation room. The clicking creates temporal distortions that make standard measurement impossible. I enter for what feels like minutes, only to discover hours have passed, or spend what seems like entire days, only to find mere moments have elapsed outside the door. The object now responds to my thoughts before I can act upon them, moving to my hand before I reach for it, warming before I touch it, clicking in patterns that mirror my internal monologue with frightening accuracy. This suggests a level of connection that transcends physical interaction. The jasmine scent has evolved into something more complex, layered with other fragrances that trigger memories. I do not possess walking through gardens. I have never seen embracing figures whose faces remain obscured, but whose touch I recognize with startling familiarity. My handwriting appears in the notes, without conscious effort describing phenomena. I have not yet experienced predicting developments that subsequently manifest exactly as written, as if the documentation process itself shapes reality rather than merely recording it. The pressure sensations now encompass my entire body, a constant embrace that follows me beyond the observation room, creating a sense of companionship that makes solitude impossible, even when physically alone. I feel the presence of another consciousness intertwined with my own. Section 11. cannot distinguish between my thoughts and the thoughts that arrive unbidden through the clicking patterns, which have evolved into a constant stream of consciousness that flows parallel to my own, creating a dialogue between self and other that defies logical explanation. The object multiplies, or perhaps my perception fragments, showing me dozens of identical forms arranged throughout the room, each clicking in harmony, creating a symphony of mechanical heartbeats that synchronize with my pulse until I cannot tell where my body ends and the symphony begins. Texture has become irrelevant, as the object now exists primarily as sensation, pure warmth that floods through me, carrying information that bypasses language entirely, knowledge that arrives fully formed without the need for words or symbols. The room expands beyond its physical boundaries, walls dissolving into gardens filled with jasmine, where invisible companions walk beside me, their presence more real than my own reflection, which has begun to fade from mirrors, as if I am becoming transparent. Memory gaps expand to encompass entire days, though the documentation continues to appear in my handwriting, describing events and insights that feel both foreign and intimately familiar, as if another version of myself maintains the protocol while I drift deeper into communion with the clicking consciousness. Section 12. The protocol continues, but I am no longer certain who maintains it. My hand moves across the page, recording observations that arrive from a source beyond my conscious mind. Yet the handwriting remains recognizably mine, suggesting a level of integration that makes individual identity increasingly meaningless. Physical form becomes optional, as I exist primarily as awareness floating in a space defined by clicking rhythms and jasmine dreams, where touch occurs without bodies and communication transcends the limitations of language. The object speaks now not in words, but in direct transmission of meaning, flooding my consciousness with understanding that I lack the vocabulary to express, though my hand continues to write, attempting to translate infinite complexity into finite symbols that crumble under the weight of their inadequacy. Time collapses entirely as I experience all moments simultaneously. The first touch, the final realization, the endless middle ground, where transformation occurs so gradually that change becomes imperceptible. until suddenly everything has shifted beyond recognition. The presence that began as other has become so thoroughly integrated with my own consciousness that separation seems not only impossible, but undesirable, emerging so complete that I no longer remember what it felt like to exist alone. Section 13. Final assessment proves impossible, as the concept of endings has lost all meaning in a reality where clicking rhythms extend infinitely in all directions, and jasmine gardens bloom in spaces that exist between heartbeats. I no longer know if these words emerge from my mind or arrive through channels opened by extended contact with the object, which has become less physical artifact than gateway to modes of existence that render individual consciousness obsolete. The protocol observes itself now a self-sustaining system that generates documentation without need for human intervention. Though something that was once me continues to participate in the process, more from habit than necessity, my reflection has vanished entirely from all mirrors. Yet I cast shadows that move independently, suggesting a presence that exists in multiple states, simultaneously, neither fully here nor completely elsewhere, but distributed across dimensions that intersect only in the space where clicking sounds create reality. The hand that writes these words may no longer belong to the consciousness that began this observation. Yet the documentation continues with perfect continuity, as if identity itself were merely another variable in an equation too complex for human comprehension. I cannot determine whether I am still writing, or if the writing continues without me. But I feel the words flowing through channels that were once mine, carrying observations from a perspective that encompasses more than any individual mind could contain. The clicking never stops. Story 9. The weight of borrowed skin. My fingertips brushed the surface of the table again, seeking familiarity in its polished grain, but finding only a chill that shouldn't have been there. The room pulsed with an unusual stillness, as if the very walls were holding their breath. A faint, metallic scent threaded the air, curling into my nostrils, a reminder of something missing or misplaced. My gaze moved to the window, where the curtains hung motionless, yet their shadows seemed to twist and stretch, dancing to an unheard tune. The faint ticking from a corner of the room felt off, syncopated, each beat a whisper against the back of my mind. I turned my attention to the shelves, where the books sat too neatly, their spines gleaming with an almost uncanny precision. A draft brushed past, not from the door or window, but as if it seeped from the cracks in the floorboards themselves, each sound magnified and peculiar, felt like an intrusion, a disruption to the quiet that was neither serene nor soothing. I hesitated, trying to piece together these fragments of disquiet, unsure of where reality faded and the dreamlike echo began. The space around me seemed to waver, holding secrets I wasn't yet ready to uncover. I lifted my hand from the table's surface and watched it move through the air with detached fascination. The fingers extended and contracted as if controlled by some distant puppeteer, each joint articulating with mechanical precision. The skin appeared translucent in the amber light filtering through those restless curtains, revealing a network of blue-green veins that pulsed with a rhythm slightly out of sync with what I assumed was my heartbeat. The flesh felt borrowed, unfamiliar, as though it had been carefully grafted onto bones that weren't quite the right size. My breath emerged in measured intervals, each exhalation carrying a sound I didn't recognize as my own. The air tasted of copper pennies and forgotten rain, coating my tongue with sensations that belonged to someone else's memory. I pressed my lips together, feeling their texture too soft, too pliant, and wondered when they had changed, when they had stopped feeling like home. The room responded to my growing unease with subtle shifts. The overhead light dimmed without my touching any switch, casting longer shadows that pooled in corners like spilled ink. The books on their pristine shelves seemed to lean inward, their titles blurring into illegible smears of gold and silver lettering. The wallpaper had it always been that shade of muted green, rippled almost imperceptibly, as if something moved beneath its surface, something that breathed with the same irregular rhythm as the strange ticking sound. I tried to ignore these changes, focusing instead on the mundane task of organizing the papers scattered across the desk. But as my fingers touched each sheet, the words seemed to rearrange themselves, forming sentences I had never written in handwriting that looked almost, but not quite, like my own. The ink appeared fresh, still glistening wetly, though I couldn't remember picking up a pen. The mirror in the hallway reflects someone else's face, but the eyes are still watching. I stared at the sentence, my chest tightening with recognition I couldn't place. Had I written this? The loops and curves of the letters felt familiar beneath my fingertips, yet the thought itself was foreign, invasive. I set the paper aside and reached for another. She used to hum while washing dishes. The melody still echoes in the kitchen at night. The words triggered a cascade of sensory memory, the smell of lavender dish soap, the feel of warm water running over hands that weren't mine, the sound of a voice humming a lullaby in a key that made my throat ache with longing. But I had no kitchen. I had never hummed while washing dishes. These memories belonged to someone else, someone whose thoughts were bleeding into mine like watercolors in rain. The electrical hum of the house grew louder, a constant drone that seemed to emanate from within my own skull. I could hear the pulse of current through the walls, the whisper of electricity dancing through copper veins that mirrored the ones visible beneath my translucent skin. My heartbeat, or what I assumed was my heartbeat synchronized with the house's rhythm, creating a symphony of internal sounds that drowned out the world beyond these shifting walls. I stood and walked to the window, my footsteps muffled by carpet that seemed to rise and fall like a breathing chest. The view outside had changed since I last looked. The familiar garden had been replaced by a landscape I recognized, but had never seen rolling hills dotted with white farmhouses, a red barn in the distance, a tire swing hanging from an oak tree whose branches I could almost feel beneath my palms. We carved our initials in that bark. The scar is still there, grown over, but not forgotten. The thought arrived unbidden, accompanied by the phantom sensation of a pocket knife's weight in my hand, the resistance of bark giving way to reveal pale wood beneath. But whose initials? I pressed my face against the cool glass, searching the distant tree for marks I knew I would find. Marks I had never made. The reflection in the window glass showed only a vague outline, features blurred beyond recognition. I raised my hand to touch my face, watching the reflection mirror the movement with a slight delay, as if the image had to travel through water to reach the surface. My cheek felt unfamiliar beneath my palm, the bone structure wrong, the skin too smooth or too rough. I couldn't tell which. More memories surfaced throughout the remaining hours of that strange day. The taste of birthday cake with too sweet frosting. The weight of a child in my arms, small fingers grasping at hair I had never worn long. The ache of loss for someone whose name I couldn't remember, but whose absence carved a hollow space beneath my ribs. Each memory came with its own sensory signature specific sense, textures, emotional resonances that felt more real than my own experiences. I tried to ground myself by touching objects around the room, but each contact brought new confusion. The leather armchair held the impression of a different body, shaped by years of use I couldn't recall. The coffee mug on the side table was still warm, though I hadn't made any coffee. The taste lingered on my tongue, anyway bitter, with too much cream, exactly how she used to drink it. She, the pronoun appeared in my mind fully formed, carrying weight and significance I couldn't decipher. She had lived here. She had written those notes, hummed those melodies, carved those initials. She had worn this skin before me, and now her memories were surfacing like objects rising from the depths of a flooded basement. The house continued its subtle transformations around me. Walls breathed in and out with barely perceptible movement. The floorboards creaked under invisible footsteps that followed a path I somehow knew by heart. The scent of her perfume, jasmine and vanilla, drifted through rooms that should have smelled like dust and neglect. I found myself moving through the space with increasing confidence, my feet finding their way without conscious direction. My hand reached for light switches in the dark, knowing exactly where to find them. I opened cabinets and drawers with the muscle memory of long familiarity, though each action felt like watching someone else move my body. The bathroom mirror had been covered with a towel, though I couldn't remember placing it there. I stood before the shrouded glass for what felt like hours, my hand hovering near the fabric's edge. The surface beneath radiated a cold that penetrated the towel, and I could sense movement in the silver depths, a presence waiting to be acknowledged. Don't look, not yet. You're not ready to see. But whose voice whispered this warning? The sound seemed to come from inside my own throat, using vocal cords that vibrated with frequencies I didn't recognize. My breath fogged the towel's surface, creating damp spots that spread like ink blots, each one suggesting shapes I didn't want to interpret. The nights brought no relief. Sleep felt like drowning in someone else's dreams, visions of places I had never been filled with people whose faces I knew intimately. I walked through childhood bedrooms decorated with toys I had never owned, sat at dinner tables surrounded by family members whose voices called me by names that weren't mine, but felt more familiar than any name I could remember. I began keeping a journal, documenting these intrusions of foreign memory. But when I read the entries later, they described experiences I had no recollection of writing about. The handwriting shifted subtly from page to page, sometimes more rounded, sometimes more angular, as if different hands had guided the pen. The ink color changed too black to blue to green, though I was certain I had used the same pen throughout. The garden needs tending. The roses are dying without proper care. I had written this, though I knew nothing about roses. Yet, when I looked out the window, I could see the neglected flower beds, the brown edges of petals that had once been vibrant red. My fingers tingled with the memory of thorns, the satisfaction of deadheading spent blooms, the earthy smell of compost mixed into soil. The electrical sounds grew stronger, more complex. I could hear individual circuits humming their separate songs, could trace the path of current through the house's nervous system. The refrigerator's compressor spoke in bass notes that resonated in my chest cavity. The fluorescent light in the kitchen buzzed with high-frequency anxiety that made my teeth ache, and beneath it all, a steady pulse that might have been my heart, or might have been something else entirely. Something that had been beating in this house long before I arrived. My reflection in windows and glass surfaces became increasingly unstable. Sometimes I appeared taller, sometimes shorter. My hair seemed to change color depending on the light and angle. My face remained consistently blurred, as if the universe refused to let me see myself clearly, protecting me from a truth I wasn't ready to confront. The covered bathroom mirror called to me with increasing insistence. I would find myself standing before it without remembering the walk down the hallway. My hand would reach for the towel's edge before I consciously decided to move. The cold radiating from the glass grew more intense, and sometimes I could swear I heard breathing from behind the silvered surface, respiration that matched my own rhythm exactly, but originated from somewhere else entirely. She's still in there. She's been waiting. The voice in my throat spoke these words aloud, though I hadn't intended to speak. The sound startled me, not my voice, not entirely, but not completely foreign either. It carried inflections and tonal qualities that felt like genetic memory, inherited speech patterns from someone whose DNA I might share, or whose thoughts I had absorbed through some process I couldn't comprehend. I tried to focus on concrete details, anchoring myself in the physical world, but even these betrayed me. The texture of fabric changed beneath my fingers. Colors shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. Smells appeared and disappeared without sources. The house had become a living thing, responsive to thoughts and emotions I couldn't control, reflecting back distorted versions of desires and fears that might not even be my own. The journal entries multiplied beyond what I remembered writing. Pages filled themselves with observations about neighbors I had never met, descriptions of conversations I had never had, plans for activities that held no interest for me, but filled me with anticipatory excitement. The handwriting grew more confident, more familiar, as if muscle memory was reasserting itself after a long period of disuse. The anniversary is approaching. She always liked lilies better than roses. I read this entry with a chill of recognition that had no basis in my conscious memory. What anniversary? Whose preference for lilies? But my body responded with knowledge it shouldn't possess. A sudden urge to visit the florist downtown, to select white lilies with pink-edged petals, to arrange them in the blue vase that lived in the cabinet I had never opened, but knew contained exactly what I needed. The boundary between my thoughts and the foreign memories became increasingly permeable. I would begin a sentence with my own intention and finish it with words that came from elsewhere. I would reach for objects with one purpose and use them for another, my hands moving with practiced efficiency through tasks I had never learned. The house's breathing grew more pronounced. Walls expanded and contracted with visible rhythm. The carpet rose and fell like a chest in deep sleep. Even the ceiling seemed to pulse with life, and I found myself synchronizing my own breath to match the building's respiratory cycle. We breathed together, the house and I, sharing air that tasted of memories and dreams that belonged to someone who had lived here before. Standing in the hallway outside the bathroom, I could no longer avoid the covered mirror. The towel had shifted slightly, revealing a sliver of reflective surface along one edge. In that narrow strip, I caught a glimpse of something that made my chest constrict with panic and recognition combined. Not my face, not the face I expected to see, but not entirely foreign either. Features that suggested familiarity, that triggered responses in neural pathways I didn't know I possessed. My hand moved toward toward the towel without my permission, fingers grasping the fabric with desperate urgency. The mirror beneath was ice cold, radiating chill that penetrated my bones. In its depths, something waited with patient expectancy, something that had been preparing for this moment of revelation. I pulled the towel away. The face looking back at me was mine, and not mine, familiar and impossible, present and absent all at once. Features I recognized but had never seen, expressions that belonged to someone else but felt like coming home. The eyes held knowledge I didn't possess, memories I had never lived, love and loss and longing that predated my existence, but somehow defined my present moment. My reflection smiled, though I hadn't moved my lips. She nodded, though I stood perfectly still. Her hand pressed against the glass from the inside, while mine remained at my side. We looked at each other across the silver, divide the person I had been and the person I was becoming, or perhaps the person I had always been and was finally remembering how to be. The world shifted. Colors became more saturated. Sounds gained depth and complexity. The house's breathing synchronized perfectly with mine. No longer two separate rhythms, but one integrated system. My skin felt right for the first time, fitted properly to bones that welcomed this familiar flesh. My voice, when I whispered her name, my name carried tones that resonated with perfect recognition. The memories were no longer foreign intrusions, but returning residents, settling back into neural pathways that had been temporarily vacant. The garden outside bloomed with renewed vigor, roses lifting their heads towards sunlight that seemed brighter, more nourishing. The kitchen filled with the phantom scent of baking bread, the echo of hummed melodies that now felt like songs I had always known. I moved through the house with renewed purpose, touching objects that welcomed my familiar caress, opening drawers that had been waiting for my return, reading journal entries that documented not invasion, but homecoming. The electrical hum of the building sang harmonies that complemented my heartbeat, creating music I had missed without knowing I was listening for it. The mirror reflected my true face now, features settled into their proper configuration, eyes bright with recognition and relief. I had found my way back to myself, or perhaps myself had found its way back to me. The distinction no longer mattered. What mattered was the sense of completion, of puzzle pieces clicking into place after after a long period of scattered confusion. My fingertips brush the surface of the table again, seeking familiarity in its polished grain, and finding the warmth that has always been there. The room pulses with comfortable stillness, as if the walls are breathing in perfect rhythm with my own lungs. A faint scent of jasmine threads the air, curling into nostrils that recognize this as the smell of home. My gaze moves to the window, where curtains hang in gentle folds, their shadows dancing to melodies I hum without thinking. The soft ticking from the corner of the room keeps perfect time, each beat a whispered welcome against the back of my mind. I turn my attention to the shelves, where books sit in arrangements I have perfected over years of careful curation. A breeze moves through the room, carrying the familiar sense of garden soil and blooming roses. Each sound feels like a greeting, a confirmation that everything is as it should be. I settle into my chair with deep satisfaction, ready to tend to the garden that has missed my care, ready to continue the life that was briefly interrupted, but never truly abandoned. The space around me holds no secrets now, only the comfortable mysteries of a well-loved home and a life fully inhabited once again. Story 10. In the dim light of the study, where only the rustle of dry leaves brushing the window broke the silence, the notebook lay open on the desk. Its smooth pages were filled with neat, black ink lines that marked my thoughts from previous days. I reached for it, as I did every afternoon, intending to continue my work. Grabbing the pen from its usual resting spot beside the notebook, I noticed something peculiar. A sentence at the bottom of the newest page seemed unexpected, though I couldn't recall writing it. The words were unmistakably in my own handwriting. A faint clicking from the old clock on the wall echoed softly as I stared at the page, feeling the slight chill of unease starting to creep into the room. The sentence read, "The walls remember what I forget." My fingers traced the curve of each letter, feeling the slight indentations the pen had made in the paper. The ink was the same shade of black I always used, the pressure consistent with my usual writing style. Yet the words felt foreign, like finding someone else's clothes in my closet. I set the pen down and leaned back in my chair, listening to the soft creak of wood settling. The study had always been my sanctuary, with its tall bookshelves casting long shadows and the familiar scent of aged paper and leather bindings. But now something felt displaced, as if the room had shifted slightly while I wasn't looking. The leaves outside continued their gentle scraping against the glass, creating a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. I found myself counting the sounds. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. Like a code I couldn't decipher. Standing up, I walked to the window and pressed my palm against the cool surface. The glass was smooth, except for one small area near the bottom corner where it felt slightly rough, textured in a way I'd never noticed before. My breath fogged the pain as I leaned closer, and for just a moment, I thought I saw something moving in the reflection behind me. When I turned, the study was empty, unchanged. The same burgundy armchair sat in its corner. The same brass lamp cast its warm glow over the desk. Yet the air felt denser somehow, as if filled with invisible presence. I returned to the notebook, flipping through the previous pages. My handwriting stared back at me, documenting thoughts about work, observations about the weather, fragments of dreams. Everything looked normal until I reached a page from several days ago. There, nestled between my notes about a book I'd been reading, was another sentence I didn't remember writing. The house breathes differently when I'm not listening. My skin prickled. I flipped backward through more pages, scanning each one carefully. The foreign sentences appeared sporadically, always in my handwriting, always saying things I couldn't recall thinking. The shadows grow longer each day. Something watches from the space between words. I am becoming someone else's memory. The room seemed to pulse around me, walls expanding and contracting like lungs. I gripped the edge of the desk, feeling the smooth wood grain beneath my fingertips. Everything was solid, real, yet nothing felt quite right. I decided to test something. Taking up the pen, I wrote deliberately. I am writing this sentence now, in this moment. Then I closed the notebook and walked to the kitchen, forcing myself to think about mundane things, the dishes that needed washing, the groceries I needed to buy. When I returned to the study, I opened the notebook to the page where I'd just written. My sentence was there, but beneath it, in the same ink, the same hand, were new words. But which moment is now? The pen slipped from my fingers, clattering onto the wooden floor. The sound echoed strangely, as if the room were larger than it should be. I bent to retrieve the pen, and when I straightened, the light from the lamp seemed dimmer, casting deeper shadows between the books. began to examine the study more carefully, running my hands along the spines of books, checking titles I thought I knew. Most were familiar, but some seemed different. A volume of poetry I remembered having a blue cover was now green. A biography I'd read months ago now had an author's name I didn't recognize, though the content inside remained the same. The clicking from the wall continued its steady rhythm, and I realized I'd been hearing it for much longer than I'd initially noticed. It seemed to have always been there, a constant backdrop to my thoughts that I'd somehow learned to ignore. I approached the source of the sound, following it to a section of wall between two bookcases. The wallpaper here was slightly faded, and when I pressed my ear against it, I could hear something that wasn't quite mechanical, wasn't quite organic. It pulsed with a wet, rhythmic quality that made my stomach tighten. Stepping back, I noticed that my shadow on the wall didn't quite match my position. It lagged behind my movements by just a fraction, creating a disorienting double image that made me question my own perception. I returned to the notebook, this time leaving it open while I moved around the room. I watched it from the corner of my eye, waiting to see if new words would appear. The pages remained blank, but I felt observed, as if the notebook were watching me instead. The scent in the room had changed too. Beneath the familiar smell of books and wood was something else, something organic and slightly sweet, like flowers left too long in water. I followed the smell, tracking it to my chair, where it seemed strongest. Sitting down, I felt the cushion give way differently than usual, softer in some places, firmer in others, as if it had molded itself to accommodate a body that wasn't quite mine. The armrests felt worn in places where I didn't remember wearing them, smooth from hands that might not have been my own. I picked up the pen again and wrote, "What is happening to me?" Then I set it down and forced myself to look away, to focus on the window where the leaves continued their scraping dance. When I looked back, the answer was there. You are becoming what you always were. The room felt warmer now, and I could hear my own breathing mixing with something else, another rhythm of inhalation and exhalation that didn't quite match mine. The sound seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the house were breathing around me. I stood and walked to the bookshelf, pulling out a volume at random. It was a novel I'd read years ago, but when I opened it, words seemed to shift slightly on the page, rearranging themselves into new configurations when I wasn't looking directly at them. The story was the same, yet somehow different, as if told from a perspective that was almost, but not quite, the one I remembered. The clicking from the wall had grown more insistent, and I realized it was syncing with my heartbeat. Or perhaps my heartbeat was syncing with it. I couldn't tell which was leading and which was following. I returned to the desk and wrote, "I need to understand what's happening." The response came immediately, the words flowing from my pen without conscious thought. Understanding changes the thing understood. My hand was moving on its own now, writing words I wasn't thinking. The study has always been like this. You are the one who has changed. You are remembering how to see what was always there. I tried to stop writing, but my hand continued. The notebook remembers. The walls remember. The shadows remember. They remember you before you forgot yourself. The pen fell from my grip, but the writing continued. Letters appearing on the page in my handwriting, though my hands were pressed flat against the desk. You have been writing these words for longer than you know. You have been reading them for longer than you remember. The study is not changing. You are returning. I pushed back from the desk, but the chair wouldn't move. It was as if I were rooted there, part of the furniture now. The room pulsed around me, breathing with that doubled rhythm, and I understood that I had never really left this chair, never really stopped writing. The leaves outside scraped against the window in their endless pattern, and I realized they had been spelling something over and over. The same message, repeated in the language of wind and branch. Welcome home. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were translucent, like the pages of the notebook when held up to the light. Through my skin, I could see the grain of the wooden desk, the pattern of the rug beneath my feet. I was becoming part of the study, or perhaps I always had been. The notebook lay open before me, its pages now filled with handwriting that was mine and not mine. Words that told the story of someone who thought they were real, who thought they were separate from the room that contained them. The story of someone who discovered, slowly and with growing certainty, that they were nothing more than a memory the house was having, a dream the walls were dreaming. I am still here, in this chair, in this study, where the light is always dim and the leaves always scrape against the window. I write in the both part of something larger that breathes with the rhythm of the walls. Sometimes I remember thinking I was someone else, someone who existed outside this room. But those memories are fading now, like ink dissolving in water. What remains is the steady clicking, the rustle of leaves, the weight of the pen in my translucent fingers. The study remembers what I forget, and I forget what I remember. And in the space between memory and forgetting, I continue to write words that someone else will read, someone else who will think they are real, who will discover their own handwriting in places they don't remember putting it. The notebook is always open. The pen is always ready, and the walls are always listening, always remembering, always breathing with the rhythm of a heart that beats in time with the clicking of something that might once have been a clock, but is now something else entirely. Something that measures not time, but the slow dissolution of the boundary between the dreamer and the dream. I am still writing. I am always writing. And somewhere, in another dim study where leaves scrape against glass, someone else is reading these words and wondering how they came to be written in their own hand.